All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think it's this button. It's normally this button that should do the thing. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 13th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, friends? I feel like I say that at the beginning of every stream, and like 90% of our viewers aren't here yet and never see it. Happy Friday the 13th. That's right, Weird Beard Dev. It's Friday the 13th, but it's December. It's before Christmas. It's before all the wonderful year-end holidays. It's a happy time of year. Hey, Graham, good to see you. So, I've already been out and it's early in the morning here, 9 a.m. here in the East Coast of the United States. And I've already been out, did some work on my daughter's car, put air in the tires, ran to the hardware store, picked up a couple things, and ready to go. So even stopped and picked up a little bit of Starbucks on my way because, darn it, I needed to treat myself after that. So, yeah. All right. Previously, we started building a plug-in system for SharpSite. You know SharpSite. We've been building and working on a WordPress-inspired content management system built with Blazor, C# that'll run on Windows, Mac, and Linux. Hopefully, we'll deploy it in a container. We've built some initial services that work with it using Postgres, using and Postgres. What's the other one we use? Postgres, I think, is really the only one that we locked in on. But we want to be able to swap things out. We have an initial theming scheme and layout that came in from Bootstrap, from the default templates, but we want to be able to upgrade those and swap those out later with a plugin system. And we started designing and building that yesterday. And today, we're going to start building the pages that actually ingest and activate the plugins when you install them and present them and show them on screen. Let me define a project command here in chat so that other folks can learn about it. We'll go over and I'll show chat. Hello, friends. Lucy, great to see you there. So I'm working on adding a plugin system to SharpSite, and we'll put the link to SharpSite there so that folks can learn more about the project. Fritz and Friends, SharpSite. There we go. Hey, you just tuned in. Fantastic. How's it going there, digital dummy? Great to see you, and I'll pin the message there to the top of the stream. There we go. Robson Praviato, hello, hello. You want a Costa? Yeah. Better than Starbucks in the UK? I don't know. Starbucks is mighty tasty. Mighty tasty. Let's see here. Codebase Alpha, hello, hello. Catching up on yesterday's marathon stream. So here's the deal, and I stressed this at the end of yesterday's stream, and I want to say this again at the beginning, particularly for folks that might be watching the recording. Yes, this is a live stream. Yes, it's entertaining to see us talk about different things and the discussion that happens and the feedback from folks in chat. And you can certainly write your comments on the YouTube videos. But this project that we're working on, SharpSight, and if you're on Twitch, it's there pinned at the top. If you're watching the recording, if you're watching the YouTube stream, it's in the description. There's a link to it in the description just below. Click through to the right. Let me make sure. Yep, there it is. There's a link to the description just below to the project. This is a website. This is a project. All the source code is available. This is completely open source. Everything you see me working on, you can take a look at. You can grab a copy of. This is MIT licensed. You're welcome to go and create issues in the repository, to comment on pull requests, to interact with the source code. This is, we're getting into a part of the project where things are getting really interesting. Go take a look. Poke around it. See if there's something there that you want to learn more about. Even if you don't want to create, if you want to create an issue that says, can you explain more about this? I would like a little more documentation about this thing. We can do that, right? Either we'll do it on stream, or somebody who's interested in the project can pick it up and submit that bit of documentation. Or, hey, I'd like to be able to write this little part of it and get a little bit of credit for contributing. Absolutely, you can do that too, okay? This is not your typical sit back and watch and learn about, whatever technology video series, okay? This is your chance to get your hands dirty, to participate, and learn more. And even if you don't want to write code or you want to open an issue, go check out the source code, follow along, give it a star, right? So that you get notifications about different pull requests and issues, and check out what's going on in the repository, all right? There might be some things that we haven't thought about that you think might be a good idea for us to add into this. That's okay. Create an issue and we can discuss that. And we'll move forward and we'll all learn from each other. We'll include some features. I don't have the map of every single feature that we want to add to this, but you might have some ideas that I haven't thought of, or that some of the other folks who are writing code haven't thought of. Go ahead and drop a message about it. Create an issue there, comment on another issue that's planning a feature, and everything will be considered respectfully. Nobody will be made fun of. Nobody will be harassed. We want to make sure that everybody gets respect and that we all learn and do something really cool together. Did it drop my category again on Twitch? Restream, you're a pain in my neck. You're a pain in my neck. There we go. Sorry about that. Let's start here with this question from C# Titan. With regards to the DLL plugin that we're building, what happens if the plugin has been developed on Mac OS or Linux? Do we need to compile for platform specific when we do a .NET publish? Great question. You do not need to compile for platform specific. So this leads to a really good, right, thinking about what the process that you're going through. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here, and then we'll answer that question. And this is a great title for a song to start us. We're going to start on the Stream Beats rock playlist today. That's not it. That's not it. Where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Check it out wherever you are. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music that we're listening to today. So we need to put together a little bit of documentation for future plugin creators. That's where we're going here. And this song is called What If. So what if you do want to create a plugin for this? With .NET, what you can do is you can build a plugin so that it is platform dependent. That means that the various things that it might reference that it depends on for a specific platform are emitted, and they're expected to be brought in by an installed runtime on that target machine that it's going to be running on. So where I think we're typically going to run SharpSight is inside of a container. Linux. All of the runtime stuff that you need that'll do the translation for Linux is already on that system. So we should be pretty good for most folks that are building plugins that are distant, right? That aren't that don't need to know exactly what's going on the operating system. Super interesting part of the project. I've been anticipating the plugin architecture since we began. Thank you, Codebase Alpha. Yeah. This is very interesting, and I'm glad to see the feedback and discussion that we've had over the last day about this. There's definitely been some helpful points that have been made by folks as we've been going along here. Digital Dummy asks, did I think about how to solve the static file issue we encountered yesterday? Yes. We're going to extend... We're going to put all the static files in a specific location inside the SharpSight package.
And then?
We'll extract those to a specific location on disk that will be mapped by the static file provider.
And then?
Profit? I think that's how that works. So that's where we're going to go with this. I have a little bit of documentation around that I wrote in the architecture documentation. That's the contributing. Let me go up to the front of this. That's not right. And I'll open up my browser here, and we'll take a look. We're going to go here, and I'm going to replace this with my branch because I want to show documentation that I wrote, and then we'll extend it appropriately, I think. Plugin architecture. Here we go. So we can take a look at this document. No. Here we go. I wasn't talking to you. iPhone Circle AI person. Plugin architecture. So, so we're going to put static content in a web folder. So CSS and whatnot will place inside that folder. And during the install process, we'll move the library files into a plugin's child folder named after the plugin, copy the manifest into that folder, dynamically load the assembly, move the web files into dubdubroot plugins plugin name folder. I think I may even want to change that and put plugins, like plugin content, in a folder next to dubdubroot, just so it doesn't contaminate dubdubroot, and extend the static file provider so that it's a composite file provider that also looks in the plugins folder. So I think we're going to tinker with this a little bit today to figure out how we want to do that. Pardon me, I'm going to close a couple things. We're going to come back to that. I started on the translation tool using AI. We're going to talk about that later today, and I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised by it. Is it possible? Let's see. Lucy says the only caveat about platform dependency is if you build a plugin that includes third-party precompiled libraries. Yes. And honestly, for most of the types of things that I envision folks using with SharpSight, I don't think we're going to run into an issue with that. But it's a point noted. Absolutely. It's a point noted. And for right now, thinking about some of the managed code things that folks are going to use with SharpSight, I think we can table that issue for now. If in the 90% scenario, you know what I'm saying, Lucy? Like, you're right. I don't think there's too many unmanaged things that are operating system specific that I can envision folks doing with this that we need day one. At some point, we may need to address this, for sure. It's not an issue day one. Hey, Torvik. Hopefully I'm doing good. Is it possible to deploy .NET Core microservices for free somewhere with Doku? Have I tried something like this? Is it impossible to deploy .NET stuff for free at all? Well, hang on. What do you mean by free? Like, you want to run an application somewhere and not be charged for it? Like, really? Give me 1 second. There's a problem over here that I need to take care of. 1 second, 1 second. I don't know if you can hear that, but the valve in the toilet in the bathroom here next to me is cracked, is damaged, but it whistles, and it whistles really loud. So, you want to deploy a small application using 3 Postgres databases and a Redis instance. So you want to run 5 containers. And you don't want to pay a thing. No, there's nowhere that you can deploy that is completely free on the cloud with that volume of workload. There are free services that you can get from Azure, but to deploy 5 instances of applications that have that level of processing, no. Bit confused. So if you build the DLL on Windows, it doesn't need to be recompiled? Nope, it doesn't. Nope. What happens after Prophet? Rinse, lather, repeat. I think that's how that works. I don't talk to the community and figure out what we need to do next. Yep, .NET compilers do build to an intermediate language that isn't platform dependent. That's right. Oh yeah, C# Titan. It's really good. AI, yes, I can show you some of that, I guess. Yeah, most things people will building will be fine, and to the point, Lucy. I'm trying to start with building for the 80% scenarios. Leave plugins to help fill in the final 20%, and 90% of those 20% that it fills in won't need native access. So we're talking about a very small number of users, and right now the number of users we have of SharpSight is 0. So you found it almost impossible, but Doku seems to be a tool allowing to do it. Yeah, you can't deploy 5 services like that for free. You can't. So It comes from those hot wings earlier this week, Terry. Okay, I get it. Layoffs. What's going on? What's going on, CTI Geek? So a DLL can be created to build a form with logic, database access? Yes. Okay. Let me see here. Let me just double check around the horn. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a whole problem. All right. Oh, that's what comes after profits. Gotcha. Okay, now that I get the context, I see it. That's funny. That is funny. Okay. Helpful tip for folks in chat. Give me a little context. There's a lot of chat that goes by here. Give me a little context when you post a message there, and things can be a little bit easier for me to understand. Yeah, it's not. I think you meant CTI Geek, one fan. You had a banger year. Stock is up 30% and laid off 30,000 employees. Like, come on, right? Companies that do that, it's like, really? Microsoft does that when they reorganize every August. There's reorganizations, and some group of folks get laid off. And it's terrible to see. Terrible. It comes from the leadership over hiring people in some departments, is what's going on. And yeah. Okay, you know what? Let me show you what I did last night for this translator app concept. And yeah, that's a key on screen, but I'm okay with that because it's not entirely visible. I'm okay with that. We floated this idea. We've been doing translation with humans to build content for SharpSight, and we had an idea, and that we found a GitHub action from our friend David Pine that would do translation using, I think it was Bing Translate or something like that. And it did translations, but it didn't pick up context on things. Let me show you. And we found some things that would use that would use ChatGPT or Azure OpenAI. They're the same thing. And provide some of that translation. So I started building a console app that could do a little bit of that work, and I just wanted to get the AI service running, and then I know I end myself. Start looking at doing the translation. Let me show you. I did something just simple and dumb. Yes. And let me show you what it looks like here. So part of the API key is on screen. There's a whole lot more of it that's hiding off screen. I'm not going to scroll to the right. But I'm using Microsoft Extensions AI. All right, this is the first code that I've written with Microsoft Extensions AI. And I even set it up to user secrets, and I didn't put down a user secret. What a schmuck I am. Anyways, so I'm using an Azure OpenAI client, right? Once I declare this, I'm getting a chat client out of this, which is an iChat client, right? It's a standard interface to work with chat. And I wanted to do something stupid and simple with it, just to make sure that I could connect and get it working. So I put together a prompt here that says, tell me a random fact about Batman. And when I run this, it's going to make the request out to an instance of Azure OpenAI that I deployed. send in that prompt, and I'm going to get back, Batman is one of the few characters in the DC Comics universe who has never had any superpowers. Okay, that's a random fact. Sure. But now I can start setting up and feeding in here information about the translations that we want to do and give it some context. So we were looking at this ResX translator that would use ChatGPT, and it didn't quite have all the features that I wanted, but it had this really great prompt that it worked with. Don't include original line, don't explain, don't add language prefix, keep templates, translate whole line as it is, keep case, from language so-and-so to language so-and-so, text to translate. So let's try taking this, because that's a really good prompt. And I've got two Sharp translators open now. Let me take this one, and let me point this one back over to SharpSite. Okay, so I'm back over here. So if I update and replace this, right? So this is using raw string literals in C#, right? So let's bring this back over so it's a little bit more in line. We can read these things. So if we say, let's just give this, hard code this just to get it to report something. Text to translate, hello. No, hello, chatters. It's good to see you. Sure, it's good to see you all today. Now, I think I also want to give it some context here besides this. This is text for a live stream on Twitch. Yeah, let's just start there, right? And translation on the online browsing platform, absolutely. Hey, high-tech redneck, I was your #1 watch streamer. Oh my gosh, thank you. There we go. So, to our Dutch friends, how's that look? You've seen some posts that ChatGPT has put more limits on each plan than they had before. So I'm not using ChatGPT, I'm using Azure. But hello, chatters. Yeah. So I think we can give some more context on this. Man, I've got like itchy scalp today. I don't know what it is. So I think this is something that is going to work out, and feeding in these prompts and specifically asking it just to translate for the ones that are missing. So more on this as we progress. But I was iterating and trying to build on that. And I have, where'd it go? There it is. I allocated an Azure OpenAI resource here. And it says I haven't done anything with it, even though I clearly made a request to it. Like, okay. Sure. That's really interesting because I made requests to you. something might be wrong with the Azure. It's a good starting point. So we can tweak and tune that prompt and drop into it things like the context of, here's what this text is used for, here it is in English. Translate. So, and put that into a little bit of our build process to ensure that things are generated for us. Moving on. So that, and I've allocated a project out here. I haven't pushed any code into the repository yet, right? I didn't push any code into, I didn't push any code up here. I'll have to pop out the secrets, and then I'll share some code up to this location for folks to tinker with. Maybe we'll get into that later today. So there's the Sharp translator, and I'm going to move this over here. So how much does the AI plan cost? No, there is no free tier. There is no free tier for AI. Azure pricing, OpenAI. No. Standard paper token and provisioned, and it says flat hourly rate is $2 per unit per hour. That's not what I'm saying. I'm running not one of the O1s. I'm running the GPT 3.5 Turbo, I think it is. So it's that one. So $1.70 an hour that it's running. I'm not training it, but per 1,000 tokens is, what is that, 0.05 of a cent. So I'm not sending that much content through. So I don't expect this to be very large, but this is going to, cost a lot. So I've been looking at that and thinking, do I back off and use a local model instead, and something like Ollama, maybe. If I go back to the dashboard, like, the LLM is expensive. Interesting enough, there's no pricing or budget. Standard. And that's it. Cost analysis. There it is. That's what I was looking for. No cost reported. Come on, it's not done loading. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm not going to push through tons of requests because I'm caching off the results. So we'll see. Tell you a random fact about Batman. Batman could probably be a Yellow Lantern before being a Green Lantern, but would still be outmatched by Barry Allen being a Blue Lantern. I'm not familiar with the various colors of lanterns. All right. Moving on. There's 2 pull requests sitting out here, both by me. The 04 release train, and then the initial thoughts on the plugin feature. And we started down this line of defining what the plugin install process is. And I built an initial screen to show, here's the list of plugins with just their display name to get started. Next steps. We need to be able to add plugins. There's probably going to be an enable, disable, remove that needs to happen here, but we need to be able to add plugins. Oh, nice. That's cool, Lou. Did not know that. Bats love C# because they can C#. That's that Java joke. That's that Java joke. So either I need a screen or I need a modal to pop up that will allow us to do the upload of modules, plugins. So what does that look like? Is it a component that just opens up? I mean, we could do that. That's not terrible, right? So add, maybe add plugin is a whole page that after you upload, it unpacks the, yeah, let's do it as a whole page. Then it can be server interactive and we can do a bunch of things with that. Right? Admin, sure, add plugin. That works. That works for me. Yes, this needs to be admin only. Add a plugin to SharpSide. I want this to be server interactive. Interactive. Interactive server render mode. False. Cool. False means no pre-rendering. We will not pre-render and output in there. Yeah, it's a Java. The Java folks, as C# was being released, oh, why don't you why do Java developers, why don't they program with .NET? Well, because they can't C#. Oh, I didn't. See, there's a whole Green Lantern universe thing that I'm not familiar with. You think C# hits all the right notes? Oh my gosh. Where is it? That one. Yeah. What does it mean, interactive server render mode? Glad you asked. For folks who aren't familiar with Blazor, so Blazor is the name of the UI framework we're using here. Blazor has 4 render modes when you're building for the web. Interactive, why am I blanking on this? It's not going to do the thing here. Come here, you. Really? You're not going to give me... You're going to be that difficult? There we go. Interactive WebAssembly, where it's built and compiled and runs in the browser with WebAssembly, okay? There is server-side rendered, which is the default. So it'll build and deliver server-side rendered HTML, which is really good for delivering static websites. Like the blog content that's going to be output by this is server-side rendered with Blazor. There's interactive server where it's rendered on the server. However, it keeps open a WebSocket connection. And as folks interact with and click buttons or work with widgets that are on the screen, messages are sent to the server using WebSockets. The server can respond to those interactions and send updates back to the browser to give it instructions of how to update the user interface. The last one is Interactive Auto. And Interactive Auto says pre-render and deliver content statically and give server interaction while we download the code that's going to run in the browser with WebAssembly. Once we're done delivering the code that runs in the browser with WebAssembly, on the next visit to the website, use Interactive WebAssembly. Use the WebAssembly code. Don't even reach out to the server. You've got the code you need to work. So Interactive Server gives us interactions that run on the server, protected, and the code is locked down and running on the server, and we get that WebAssembly connection to do updates. For this page where we're doing admin work and we're going to upload a package that's going to run on the server, it makes sense to run it Interactive Server. No, this is not MVC, Ismail. How you doing there? Welcome. You played Marvel Rivals on Xbox today, says C# Titan. It's okay. Feels a bit Overwatch-esque. That's what I've been told. I do prefer Overwatch right now. I haven't tried Marvel Rivals yet. Our friend Junie Vanesh really wants me to try Marvel Rivals. How would it know the WASM code is up to date on the next visit? There's an E tag, there's a manifest, there's a hash that it compares, and it decides whether to update or not. You don't want interactions, I just want the client to do exactly what I say? Well, I tell you, some of these people. All right. Add a plugin. So let's put down a little bit of a form. I don't know what I want the form to look like. Let's ask Copilot to do it. Generate a simple form that users can be used. What am I doing? Dictate this. Something happened. Okay. The thing's spinning. That takes user input for a file to be uploaded with an SSPKG extension. SSPKG extension. All right. Let's start with that. Thank you. Finish the form there. Don't mind if I do. All right. I thought there was a way to limit this. Can code trigger twice if you use interactive server mode on client and server? Potentially. Hello, welcome. If you're interested, I highly recommend reading Jeff Johns' run of Green Lantern. Yeah, at some point that'd be fun. You let a user interact once, didn't like it, now prefer to have clients. Are there any improvements to Blazor I'd like to see appear in .NET 10? Hot reload improvements. If the tooling for Blazor improves as much as the framework improved in .NET 8, if the tooling, so for those of you that were using Blazor prior to 2 years ago, versions before .NET 8, you know that there was a massive ground-shaking change that happened with .NET 8 in Blazor. Like to make a World of Warcraft reference, this was the Cataclysm release of Blazor. Huge. if that same amount of improvement and change happened for hot reload, everybody would be using Blazor. I do not have a doubt in my mind everybody would be using Blazor, because everybody would see the level of commitment, the level of how awesome it is to build with C# and deliver this content that just runs everywhere. No, this is not Java. This is C#. You're watching a guy named C# Fritz. Come on now. Except, yes, that's... It didn't generate the accept parameter here. Right, it's star ss pkg. That's the extension that we made up for a SharpSite package. You're with Blazor in production since 2021. Awesome. Yeah. No, this is not Visual Basic. No. So, why Java devs are always annoyed when you mention C# and the other way around? I'm not annoyed. It's easy to confuse them. The syntax here, it's not Java. Where was I? So I need to do the file upload here. So here, let's go grab Copilot, and I'm feeling lazy today. Let's get it to just do some of this. Hey, great! Look at that old stuff that. Yeah, delete that thread. Add a method that will open the file uploaded and examine the contents. Let Copilot generate this for me. They hate us because they ain't us. You might be onto something. Hey, Chris Jones. On input file changed, uploaded file equals e-file. Handle file upload, open a memory stream, and file content sharing, and then add my logic. That looks pretty good. Suggestions might be inaccurate. Yeah, end. Apply that, John. Like, do it. Where's the go button? Go. Yes. Make it so. I guess there isn't a button. Okay. Thanks. So let's see. It'll copy it into a memory stream. This isn't what we want. We're going to want to use... So, from our documentation, right? And I'll share a link to the documentation that we wrote last time. There we go. That's right. Computer, put this in my code. Shut up, Wesley. Is GitHub Copilot the same as Copilot used in Office 365 apps? It has the same base system, but it's different models that have been tuned for the different applications. So, upload it, quarantine it. Well, I'm not going to save it just yet. I want to open and investigate the contents. I'd like to get the manifest JSON out of it. And we've declared that this is actually a zip format. So let's go back over here. Maybe I don't copy it directly into the memory stream. Maybe I Maybe we do a what's the zip? Right, it's like a compressed file stream. Right? No. No. New. Not compressed stack. Where is it? System IO compression. It's a zip. Zip archive. Can I do that? Okay. So let's start with why am I trying to think this through? Is that what I want to do? Why doesn't it have... Alright, what do I have here? I don't know how to use this. So let's do this. Oh, it opened DuckDuckGo for me. Yes, DGen 1. Exactly. Yep. I don't know how to use this. Go back to Copilot. Let's ask it to do a little bit more here. The uploaded file is in zip format. Can you update the handle file upload code to decompress the file and grab the manifest JSON out of the root of folder. Let's say that. Let's see what it gives us. What do we got here? Get entry. Wow. Okay. Let's grab that. Oh, nuts. Right, it was this. So uploaded file, blah, blah, blah. Do I have? So system IO compression, zip archive. I think we can do that and do one of these. With a new memory stream around file content. That, okay. We're going to get that entry. Open that manifest entry. Read it. And that's a string, and we will write that to the console. Let's give this a shot. What happens if the zip is password protected? Fail. Reject. Reject. I think that's easy to say. We'll just reject it. Why doesn't it like that? On input file change. Yeah. And it's right there. Let's move some of these around. Make this a little bit easier. It wants an event callback change event. No, that should work. Is there an upper limit to data upload? Yes, and something to keep in mind. Can you open an issue in the repository? It's linked at the top of chat there. Enforce upload size limits. That's a good point there, that dude, Tyler. You're right. You're right. I want to try and get this built. You wonder if Claim AV protects against it? No, it doesn't. No. Well, against the contents of one? Maybe. But file size, that's something we're going to want to handle. Where are we at here? Why doesn't that? No. You're not going to give me a suggestion here? Event callback change event args. Right? It's not a method group. Should this be... No, on change is right. All right, Copilot's helped us so far. What's the issue with the on change per attribute on the input file component? Should be on change on input file change instead of at change on input file change. What? That looks the same to me. The issue is that it should be at on change on input file change instead of at on change equals on input file change. No, that's crap. That's crap. If I'd make it change event args, right? While that works, the file is not there. What if this is is there an input file? There is. Fine. Does that make you feel better? So now... Yeah, it still wants change event args. Blazor file upload. I've done this before. Load files. I don't want... And it's an input file change event args. On change equals on input file change. Yeah, it doesn't like it. No. On change with a capital C. Oh. Oh, are you kidding? No. No @ sign in front. There it is. No. No way. Let's put this up here. Add a button that links to the add plugin page. What do you mean it might not work in this app? With the text, add new plugin. Thank you. Let's see how that works. Looks like it's building. Come on now. I'm feeling good about this. I'm going to hide the keyboard cam for a bit here. That's right. Balmer is back. So we'll take a look. What brand and model? That's the wrong answer. See, we still need to fix the chatbot. This is a Digma Defy, and the keyboard command is going to give the wrong answer, but the second one is correct. The Digma Defy. Can't seem to add an issue. Give me a second. We'll take a look. So site admin, plugin management. There's the button to add new plugins. Probably need a little bit of space there. Know what I mean? Let's put a div around this drawing. That's not how you spell div. Let's see. We want to do like MY2. I don't know how to do the border bottom, but that's fine for right now. Create a little bit of space there. Create a little bit of space there. You're supposed to hot reload and create a little bit of space there. Did it? I don't think it did. Yeah, it did. Let's go with 4. 4 sounds good. All right. And we'll localize that. Plugin filed, no file selected. Yes, please. Let's browse. And we wrote our sample here. There it is. Sample first theme plugin at 010 SSPKG. Uh-oh. ETH broke. ETH broke. Okay. That didn't work. That really didn't work. Damn. Yeah, that was my old keyboard there, and I need to remove that. The second keyboard, the Digma Defy, is what I'm using. You can't seem to add an issue to SharpSight? Stand by. Let's go take a look. Here I am over here. Issues. Issues should be open for anybody to be able to add to. Fine, we'll do this. I did have, so work sent me one of these, a Yuba key. I need to get that configured and loaded in here so that you can see our code is signed by me, the stuff that's published out here. No, if you go into issues, there's a new issue button up here. Are you able to click that, Tyler? And you should be able to, anybody should be able to create an issue. You have to be logged in. You must be a GitHub user to do this. You don't even have the issues tab? What? Let's open this in private mode. Issues, right there. I'm not signed in. And I can still get to issues, and I can create an issue, and it prompts me. My personal repository doesn't have issues. Yeah, that link is right. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, thank you, DGen1. Yeah. I'm gonna let chat help you out through that while I continue moving on here. So I evidently clobbered this. So cool. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate your patience, and thank you, chat, for helping Tyler through that. So all I did was on input file change, and it should have just set that. Like, I didn't even click upload. See if we can figure out where this issue is. Let's do that one more time. One more time. See if we can see the error get dumped out here when it happens. Site admin, plugin management, browse. We didn't even hit here. Strange things are afoot. 22 errors. There's a problem. Cannot send data if we're not in a connected state. Network error, and it's just gone at that point. Connection disconnected by server, no reason given. And no messages here. The game is afoot, chat. What happened? Let's change this back to input. That's not input. Input. Type equals file. Do I even need a... No, because that does this. Okay. If I do that... Doesn't know what that is. Is that a thing? Let's see. Is it the accept thingy? The accept thingy? I don't know. I don't think so. Because the accept, doesn't it set the filter? Yeah, it sets the filter on the browser, the file browser. Bang. And it just nukes the whole thing. We don't even get to here. Right? It's not in here at all. Right, there it is, doing its thing. Site admin, plugin management, add new plugin. Nothing new going on here. Dead. No error, nothing. Let's take a look. Server-side file upload example. Yeah. Input file on change load files. Input file change event args. Let's try that. Input file. So now we don't need this. And this becomes just, yep, that on change. And this can become input file change event args. Using file stream, open read stream, loaded files, add file. Yeah. I don't need a form around that then. I don't even need upload. I don't want to roll back and create. I mean, I think we're at a simple bit here. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Crash. Gone. Is there something I need to set up? Wait a sec. Follow best practices. For more information, see uploading files in ASP.NET Core. I'm not trying to write a file to disk yet. So what's going on? Blazor file upload crashes when uploading. Silently crashes server. Yeah. 2 years, 10 months ago. Input file on change. Multiple accept. Yeah. After it's executed, the application silently crashes. Can't find anything useful, nor any exceptions thrown. Crashes with certain Chromium-based browsers. I'm in Firefox. Maximum message size was exceeded. Add hub options. Go into Program CS. Add hub options. And set a maximum size. Okay. Let's go back over here. Program. Is it there in the circuit options of that? And we'll do one of these. No. So let's look up back Blazor server maximum receive message size. Where did that go? Blazor interactive server. And that configuration option. Yeah, I know. How do I set that? Increasing the value may increase the risk of denial of service attacks. Ooh. Yeah, where do I set that? Great. How do I set that? Add interactive server components and then add hub options. Okay. Hey, there it is. Right where it said it would be. Right? Like, oh yeah. You didn't automatically close the thing there. I was confused. No. Maximum received message size, 10 meg. Sure, we'll start there. Let's see if that fixes this. You can set the property to null to allow any file size, but later validate it on client. You had the same problem, so the server won't crash. Makes sense. Plugin manglement. No! Still silently, like, crashing and taking the whole thing down with it. Set maximum parallel invocations per client greater than 1 breaks file upload. When trying to upload a file, standard endpoint file, and using stream copy to. Not planned. Okay. And this person said they dialed up the logging levels to debug. Let's see what we get. Ads start in less than a minute. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, you don't get ads. If you're watching on Twitch, we'll have 2 minutes of ads coming up here in 40 seconds. Look at that. Disposing component, all that good stuff. Let's see if it... if we get something written out there. Well, there it is. Update root components. Oh. This might be me. Right, 3611, yeah. This might be me because I added the page capability. Right, I've basically got a route that it's hitting. That's got a date. That's an int. We're okay on that. Hey, Copilot, go away for right now. This. Blazor route constraint regex. The page is being directed on the main URL. Yeah. No, not Pocket. I don't want to look at Pocket. No. Int bool, date time decimal, double, blah, 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 blah. Regex isn't here. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I have had a couple problems in the past with this. If I remove that, does it work? Before I go and try and retrofit this, does this work without that? I suspect it does. No! Oh, shoot. And I didn't get the log. Right, there's the log. Lots happening. Debug, 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 debug. Debug, debug, debug. Mm-hmm. I don't see the error here that crashed it. WebSocket closed with no reason given. Okay,
Oh
created circuit. I
my.
know. This is... Initializing component 1 as a child of 0. Okay, so initialized input file. There it is. Initialized the file input and gone. There's no message over here either. Wow, this is a really hard one. This is a really hard one. Blazor Interactive Server file upload example. And it does the on change. I don't think we want the on change. Yeah. Input file on change load files. I don't think I want that. So it's not a form on change load files. Interesting that this uploading UI is here. Upload files to a server with server-side rendering. Whoa, what is this doing? Input file on input file change. What is this thing? Oh. Are we trying to read the stream before? Yeah, I feel like an endpoint is a thing. There is no Azure SDK, Azure SignalR SDK in play here. Is there other options we can put in here? Maybe we can see something coming out of this. Yeah, I have a feeling I might need to do this with an endpoint, but I don't know. Let's see here. Browse. Ah. Okay, E is a thing. It has a file count. It has a file. And it looks like it's done its thing. Yeah. It's got to be a race condition. Got to be a race condition. There it is, uploaded a second time. Where's the detailed error? Or is it... No error. That is what fixed it. That doesn't make sense. Okay. So that's a string. I don't... If I'm going to parse that JSON... Right. Plugin manifest. Manifest equals JSON serializer. Really? Thank you. Deserialize. Plugin manifest. And we are deserializing a stream, which is manifest stream. And possible null reference assignment. That's okay. I don't need that then. Add a div to present the contents of the manifest. Really? Really? Add a block of HTML to present the contents of the manifest after it's been uploaded. Come on, Copilot. Don't you like the message that I've sent you? Yeah, go ahead. Present the fields from the manifest. Thank you. Keep going. Come on now. Give me some more. No more? That's fine. We'll try that to start. Give it a try now. So this is what will replace us? Exactly, Flash Dancer. It's not good. Not that good. Here we go. There we go. We can make this look pretty. But it works. Right? We've got the file upload working. Next steps. It is a good tool, like, for what I just did there, to just quickly generate this set of fields and look half decent. That's fine. Time for you to leave. Have a good one, Dr. Cox. Great to have you here. Because the next steps, we're going to extract and we're going to start putting things into folders here. And add this to some sort of enabled plugins feature. Let me open another. Let me open over here because I've like thinking about the translation there. Loading editor components. SharpSite is a open source content management system built with C# and Laser. That's not right. That's not right. You are translating text to be presented on screen to a user. We'll come back to that later. I think I want an accept or reject button down here. And if you say accept, and right, we can format this a little bit nicer. But if we say accept, it will save the file and place it in a plugins quarantine folder. Actually, it's not even saved to disk at this point. If you say accept, let's write it into a plugins folder. Add an accept and reject button. Okay. When the accept button is clicked, trigger an action that saves the currently uploaded file into a plugins folder. Generate that code for me. On-click save plugin. Go ahead, take a look.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's right. It's my College Football Hall of Fame hat. 89% certainty. Nice. Save plugin, combine www.root plugins, create that directory, path combine, open read stream, copy it there, plugin saved. It's a good start. And honestly, that's kind of what I was looking for. Just give me something to start here. Okay. I don't want to write it to www.root plugins. No, I don't want that there. We've got 5 minutes until the next round of ads. if I just say... Unless they already exist. That returns a directory. Fantastic. No, not if. Var. Hang on. Plugin folder equals. Not sure I like. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. How's it going, Heck Raider? Hello, hello. All right, open the folder. We're gonna keep an eye on disk here. Because I'm not quite sure where it's going to create that. Browse. There it is. Accept, reject. And we'll clean this up, right? Accept, and here we are stepping in. Okay. Plugin folder is plugins. Where's plugins live? D, SharpSite Web, plugins. There it is right there. So I'm going to open that up so we can keep an eye on things. There it is. I think we can dial back the logging. Right, we can dial that back now. Okay. It's saving it to the plugins folder. What? Yes. Okay. Okay. I ordered a gift for my son-in-law and just got notice that it was shipped. Okay, cool. That's so weird to say son-in-law. Anyways. So going back to our goals here, I think I want to have a plugins / uploaded that has, here's where the uploaded files are. So let's do this as path combine. Yeah, plugins. Uploaded. If uploaded, oh, if uploaded file let's put up an error message. Ads have kicked in. We got 2 minutes of ads. No, we'll go in here. Error. Plugin files are not allowed to start with an underscore. Plugin file names. And uploaded file equals null. Discard that, John. Right? Okay. So I'm going to write it into the uploaded folder. At that point, I want to start doing some of the extraction and placement of my plugins. There's too much to put in this file right here. I think I want to move this out into a plugin manager class that is dedicated to managing that content and also to receiving and enforcing some of this information. There's right. I'm in my mindset as an architect. I'm looking at this and thinking, this is a page that has too much knowledge of the plugin architecture, and I should move that out. Say, look, and now I've got a plugins folder here. This I want excluded from the project. So let's do a little bit of refactoring here. And let's call this Plugin Manager CS. And we'll receive application state. That's fine. Why don't you like that? Yeah, I know. I know. Let's call you app state so it's a little bit clearer. Okay. Right, I'm using a primary constructor here so that I can receive the application state and start working with plugins appropriately. Let's go over to here. That is an iBrowser file. No. Handle uploaded. No. Handle new plugin. This is handle uploaded. At some point, we'll handle from the store, right? iBrowser file. No. This. Instead of having error message here, we're going to throw an exception. No, I think we just want... I don't need to clear this out. And I don't need a return statement. I actually can leave it like that. But I have a feeling that we're going to turn this into a little bit more of a guard classes. How many no does it take to build a plugin manager? You can know lots here. Let's turn this around and say... Right, let's put an initial guard clause here. If uploaded file is null. Yep, there we go. Then I don't need this. Right. This should be an async task. No, task. Why is it upset about that? Argument null, exception throw if null. Yeah, let's do that. Argument null, exception throw if null. Ugh. And then, right, I don't need this. Don't need that. Current uploaded plugin. Here's the thing with this being server interactive. That server can go away. And this state is toast. Yeah, error messages should be localized. We'll get there. Yeah, you're right. iString localizer. Totally. Where are we here? I don't need to do a using on that. And memory stream doesn't get, well, hey there. Wow. TTV, then the Neon Phoenix. How you doing there? All right, so I want to do this and nuke it. And I don't need to, I don't have unmanaged resources to free here, so I'm going to yoink that. That's okay that it's null. So, let's make this. Then I don't need a using here. I can just say. Now, it's going and creating a new zip archive around that. I feel like I'm creating an extra memory stream here unnecessarily. I think I can just do that. And yep. Or do I return the manifest? Maybe I return the manifest. I think I return it for the upload. Nah, leave it there. Leave it there. Okay. Let's turn this around. Now, if manifest entry is null, yep, throw that exception. And that's, is it an argument null exception? I mean, it's not an argument that's being passed in. So then I can remove this. Hey, the Neon Phoenix. Any tips for getting good at C#? Practice. Practice. Write code, watch others write code, practice. You know, practice.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice, but we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice?
Practice. Oh, I love Allen Iverson. Yeah. There's lots of good books on it. There's tutorials out there. Start writing some code. Get comfortable with the language. Yeah. Yeah. Allen Iverson. He was a basketball player here in Philadelphia. Amazing talent. Amazing talent. Short guy for a basketball player. 5'10". 160 pounds soaking wet. Like literally little guy for a basketball player, but amazing talent. Refused to practice. Couldn't shoot a foul shot. Like, if you're a professional basketball player, you should be shooting foul shots in the 80 to 90% success rate, especially if you're a scorer. You should be slaying at scoring foul shots, especially if you're a little guy who's getting fouled and beat up a lot on the floor. And this guy refused to practice. He had all kinds of things going on in his social life and in his family life that are outside of his job of playing basketball and getting paid literally tens of millions of dollars a year. And he refused to practice. But to his credit, the guy would show up at game time and was a baller and killed it. Played amazing. He could have been better, stayed healthier, if he had worked out, practiced his shooting. His career was cut short because he's playing with all these guys that are significantly larger humans than him, and he just got beat up physically. The grind of an 82 game season and throwing his body into these massive humans, he literally as he got older, he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't have the body muscle to protect him, and he didn't have the practice to enforce and give him alternate ways to score when he wasn't driving and throwing himself at these huge bodies. We're not like AI. That's right. I like that, CCAM. We do have to practice. We do. AI has to practice also. The artificial intelligence has to practice, right? That's model building. The Philly sports fan emerges. Oh, live coding, it always rears its ugly head here every now and again. Absolutely. I don't have a Penn State hat on today. So you're going to see a lot more of Penn State next week as we get closer to the college football playoff. If I was getting paid as much as they do to play ball, I would never leave the court trying to practice. Totally. Why do you think I practice and build all kinds of things here and learn and try new things and talk to you folks here live on stream? Giving presentations, training folks, learning more about C#, that's my practice. As somebody who goes and speaks and teaches people about stuff, I'm practicing for when I do go and speak at Microsoft Ignite, present a session as part of .NET Conf, or Svitug, like I'll be at in Stockholm in February, or Dev Intersection. I practice. This is my practice. Quick question. Sure thing, Sengo. How you doing? If you create a new class in Visual Studio with a Windows Forms app using the old .NET framework called Values, I don't like the name of that form. Let me finish reading here. Inside it, I have a public int value. Now I want to create an array of 20 elements so that when you click a button, I appreciate the copying code into chat here. You want to add a new value to it. You know? It doesn't show an array of 20 elements. It says null. Yeah, values is the name of your form. You want a collection of integer values. Twitch should have a way to print code blocks in chat. When I first started streaming, one of the things that I wanted to build was an overlay interaction that you could use on Twitch to write code and share formatted. But I think the better way to do that is off stream with something like Discord. So, yeah, when you say new values 20, values is the name of your form. You've just entered into, you're creating a new form and assigning a collection of your form. So there's a little bit of confusion that you're creating there because your form and your collection that you're building are the same name. All right. Looking around the horn here. How we doing? How's it going over there, YouTube? How are the things? So now that I have plugin manager over here, right? Let's register Let's register plugin manager here. Builder services, add transient. Nope. Plugin manager. So plugin manager will now be populated. These two are going to be grouchy because they're not being used yet. Let's just no. Let's just save them right here. So now back over here and add plugin, I can remove all of this stuff. Right? And I can just inject plugin manager, and we'll just call it plugin manager. I don't have one of these. I will have one of those. I don't have one of these. On input file change. Handle uploaded. Okay. I do like that being called handle uploaded. That seems to make more sense. Yeah. E dot file. And we need to await that. Okay. All this other stuff here can now go away. And we probably want to put a try catch around this. Not quite. Right? There we go. And we need another closing brace down here. Good. Now, save plugin is something that plugin manager should do. It's nap time, but not yet lunchtime. Nap before lunch? Is that a thing? Let me close some of these others. And we can uncomment that. right? Really? No. It's a little bit clumsy. Looking at my keys here, where can I hide a Control F4? I think it's right there. Let's time to update the keyboard mapping. You nap over lunch? Oh. Okay. Yeah, it bugs me too when Copilot suggests code that it doesn't bracket properly either. Right here. Let's make that Control F4. And save that. Let's give it a color. So I'm over here, and I can just bang. Good. That works. Save plugin. This is a feature that should be in... plugin manager. Public, async, task... Save plugin. Interesting. Paste. I've already done that guard check. It's a memory stream. I don't need to open it as a read stream. It's already open. What I do need to do is reset the position. Oh no. I don't know what the file name is. Because I dropped the file name from browser file. Okay, let's save that. Private string. No. Yeah. There we go. And this is doing the upload of the file at that point. And then extracting stuff. In dispose, we should also... There we go. Okay, so save. This will be... Come on. No. That one. So at the point that it's saved, it's clearing this out. I should also nuke the manifest. There it goes. Nuke the manifest. Thank you. Okay. So if I go back to add plugin here, save plugin. So I just did a little bit of refactoring to make this a lot cleaner So this can then become plugin manager.manifest. And all these things there we go. Give them better names. There you go. All right. Hey, that's great to hear, Sengo. Congratulations. Let's see how this goes. So we're moving plugin logic over to over to its own class, so we can isolate that logic, make it easier to test and investigate, and do a little bit better processing with that. So open this up. No, that's the user page. Plugin management, browse. Boom, there it is. Accept, and it doesn't know what to do at the end of accept. Cannot access a closed stream. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Welcome back, viewers. Hello. There it is. Accept. Yeah, where'd it go? Did it get disposed? I have a feeling it got disposed. It's not null. But after it read the manifest... Oh, you know what? I bet we lost it right there. It hit disposed after it errored out. And now it's cleaning up after the exception. So. Yeah. Is it here? Right, because it's inside of the zip archive. Does the zip archive dispose of it? Right? So at this point, there's currently uploaded, and it's got its content, right? And now at this point, jump back in there. It's still got content, but its position is at the end. And now that it's exited, I think it disposed of it at this point. Let's go back in there. Yes, good for you. No, I didn't want to start. Ow. No, no. No. Darn it. You think Zip Archive has a Boole argument for closing the stream? Maybe it does. It's got some overloads. Zip Archive mode. Leave open. Oh, I need to give it Zip Archive mode. What are my Zip Archive modes? I'm reading. Right, that's what I'm doing here. Okay. Thank you, Greenish Liquid and Abby. Yeah, let's take a look-see here. So lots of trial and error in the development process, right? There's the file. Okay, there it is, opening it. Got my contents, accept. Yeah, there it is. Where'd that come from? Maybe after we save, we should redirect. Oh, come on. You've been opinionated about every name that I throw out here, Copilot. Right, you're done. Navigate back to the plugins page where we should start to see information about that. No, not in there. Here. Add new plugin. Let's put that resource in because I'm tired of seeing... No, that's in plugin list. It's the add new plugin button. Okay. Add new plugin. Text on the button that allows users to add a new plugin. Did I use Web API for sending zip archive? No. I'm doing it Funsalot. I'm doing it with I'm just handling the change of the input file event, the input file component. So there it is, add new plugin. So when I browse and find the plugin, oh yeah, I've got my breakpoints still in here. Let's get rid of those. There's the plugin. Yes, accept it. And it's not listed in the installed plugins because I didn't do anything with it. So let's do something with it. So now let's receive application state. So when you save, add in application state. Key plugin manifest. Now, why isn't it like that? It's not because we have one up until this point. This can't be called. No, where is it? There it is. Or manifest is null. So don't need that because I'm checking it up top. So that will add it now into the list of plugins. And I can now build the method that will load the plugins. I need to extract and write the DLLs to disk. We got to do that. But so this is setting us up for the dynamic loading of plugins. Right, so there it is. Yes, do it. I thought we added it. What do we got? There it is. Accept. No, it didn't add it. It's a dictionary. It should add it. App state. Plugins, add. Still doesn't have it. Why doesn't that work?
Developers.
Hey, Cantor. Welcome. It's public void add plugin. Oh. Always returning new. Always returning new. That's it right there. That should hot reload successfully. Silly me. There it is. Accept. App state. Where's my plugins? There it is, though. All right, all right. I don't need that break. Let's go over here. Plugin value version. There it is. Nice. So, I'm not sure why I didn't see that there, but this is a private set. You can't, right? It's effectively read-only. And by defining it as a new, right, it's initializing with the equals. I was doing it with fat arrow, which means it was always returning a new one. I confused myself. With the add plugin method here, I have a clear way to add items to this. I could further go and make this read-only. Why isn't it valid? Because it's a property. If it was a field, it would make sense. So, but yeah, it's a getter with effectively a private set. Prevent name hijacking. What do you mean prevent name hijacking? Help me out. I could do that in here, right? I can do that type of collision checking and whatnot. I'm going to need. I'm going to need to handle this. Let's save what I've got. Yeah. Because we've built a bit at this point. Let's see. No. Sharpsight web. Wow. Developers. Hey there. Mr. Mashiro, welcome. How you doing there? Let's add the Sharpsight Web plugins folder to our list of excluded items. Actually, wait a sec. Let's do this. Let's do this. I believe in keeping solution item content here directly in the project. First off, let's rename solution items to 0 solution items, and let's rename samples like that. And let's add another folder here. One last thing, add existing item. There's git ignore. Exclude installed plugins from SharpSite Web. Yeah, like that. Right? It should be capital, like that. Now if we go back over here, and now it doesn't have SharpSite Web there. I could probably exclude Artifacts First plugin. Cool. Initial upload of plugin completed. All right, so that's now available. If you want to check out the source code that I've been working on here for the first 2 hours here on stream, you can find that on my GitHub repository. Check out the link at the top of chat if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, it's in the link just below. Follow the pull request for this feature. You can follow it back, and you can see the code that I was just working on if you'd like to explore that, tinker with it. If you're watching this significantly later, that pull request might be merged, and you're going to have to go look in those folders directly for the plugin manager features. But I do like forcing Solution Explorer into an order here, where I have all my solution shared files up top. My source, and we'll end up breaking out the source later. Samples number 2 will have tests come in here later, and so on and so forth. So, okay. Let's go back to our documentation. So, we've copied into an isolated folder SharpSite Web plugins, and actually it should be put in the uploaded folder, right? That isn't where it should be. It should be in here, right? So if we delete this, heck, delete the plugins folder altogether, right? And let's walk through that one more time. Application state is registered as a singleton down there, which means I should move this to here. Not that it makes a difference, but hey. So there's the website, site admin, plugin management, add a new plugin, and we'll upload the test plugin. There it is. Accept it. There it is available. And if we look over, we now have a plugins folder, an uploaded repository, and there's the raw files sitting on disk. Good. Next steps. For writing that file down, we want to now expand the content and put it into its own folder. Right, it works! We're getting there. Land of the Lead. Kind of a random question, but how does having your name revealed on stream affect me streaming? Do I think it helps me as a hireable developer, or did I have any reservations about that decision? That's a good place for me to pause before I get into this next bit. And let's talk about that, because this is something that has come up for a lot of folks. I have a screen name, right? C# Fritz. But clearly everybody knows my name. I need the Cheers theme. Clearly everybody knows my name. That is a great question. Here's the deal. Does it help me as a hireable developer? I know from other folks who have a screen name, but are very clear about and are very open about sharing their government name, that it has significantly helped them. Live streaming has significantly helped them to find another job. It has significantly increased their, not just their visibility, but the confidence that the employer has in being able to hire them, and that they have a valid and worthy skill set. I can share with you that there have been other companies that have reached out to me and have asked me to interview for positions. However, before they ask me to interview for a position, they ask me to kind of prove what kind of a developer I am, and hey, we need to see, we need to make sure that you have a good and valid skill set, and they want to put me through a developer test. At that point, I flat out decline these folks and say, you reached out to me, so you know who I am. But you don't, you know who I am, but you don't think I know what I'm doing, and you don't trust. At which point, you're not trying to hire me because of what I do on this stream, or the code that I've delivered, and some of the applications and websites that I've run, some of the training that I've delivered, and I walk away. Like, you know what? I'll give them a chance. I'll be like, you know what? You reached out to me. Why don't you read my profile again? And then let's talk about if you want me to take a developer test. Because for who I am, for what, there's a level of notoriety that I have after 7 years of streaming, podcasting, appearing on other folks' podcasts, blogging, speaking in the community. There's a level that I've reached in my career where when somebody wants to hire me, it's not about them interviewing me. It's about me interviewing them. So they know who I am because of streaming. When they ask me to apply and then ask me to prove it, like, do you know who I am? Like, so. If you use a different name, though, instead of your government name, you can throw away that identity. Sure, you absolutely can. That is absolutely a thing. You were talking about this last night with CM Griffin. You're extremely introverted, but would like to do live streaming, creating an anonymous account. So a friend of ours, Lita Gemini, she goes by the you can find her on Twitch as Countess Lita. Much respect to Lita. That's not her real name. And she uses a VTuber avatar when she live streams on Twitch. So you hear her voice, but you don't see her picture. You see an avatar, and it's not her name, right? It's not her name, it's not her picture, but you hear her voice. That's it. So to your point, Abby, it's that disposable identity if it doesn't go well. It does give you that flexibility. However, for me, for what I do for my job and the things that I interact with, I want you to have that trust, that reliability. Pre-roll ads just kicked in. Ads just kicked in. Pre-roll ads are being discontinued for the next hour. I want you to have that confidence that I am who I say I am, and I'm delivering this, and this is my job in presenting some of this stuff. I am not a fly-by-night, I can change and just disappear tomorrow personality. I will be here. I've told you things about my kids. I've told you things about my family. There are parts of that I need to mask and prevent from being shared on stream. That's okay. It's very important for folks who are a minority or a persecuted group where they need to obscure their real world identity. I agree with you. I agree with you, Lucy, and at the same time, it makes me sad that that is a hard fact for some folks. I don't like that that's a reality of the world that we live in. Unfortunately, it is a thing. And I want to be sure that we can lift up those personalities, those folks, so that they do have an opportunity. So, you recently got a technical interview where you were asked to write unit tests. You wrote totally fictional, but absolutely fictional tests on a mix of 4 unit test frameworks, just because I can still formally, according to the AAA pattern for tests. There you go. And we're back. I like your information there about unit test fonts a lot. Hey, Junie, there's our friend, one of our moderators, Junie Von Esch. You need to do a test, aka we need you to get something done and we want you to work for free. Exactly. That was a little bit of what some of these folks were pushing. Before I was blogging, live streaming, public speaking, I've written books, right? Like, I'm not an amazing, well-known developer out there, but if you reach out to me to hire me, you've identified me. Do me the courtesy of reading my profile and understanding why you reached out to me. It's not like I reached out to you to apply and, hey, you don't know me, but my name's Jeff, and so on. Like, when I introduce myself to folks, Microsoft Ignite's a great example. Walking around the sponsor floor there and introducing myself to folks, they don't know who I am. They don't. Because they work in a different space than us. So I introduce myself. Hi, my name is Jeff. I'm a Twitch partnered streamer. I'm a live coder and influencer, and I'd like to talk to you about so and so and so and so. And I give them information about my live stream and that, and they may go and look. And when they look and see the reach that we have, oh, eyes light up like, oh, okay, I didn't know, but look who's talking to me, and things start to happen. Not sure what it was called. The Microsoft Learning Channel, I think, was the first place you saw me back online. So I'm on the Visual Studio channel occasionally here on Twitch. I'm on the .NET channel on YouTube. There's a great series of introducing .NET Aspire that I recorded and produced. That's we have an amazing editor and production team that helped to polish that off, and you can find that on the YouTube.net channel. There's like 8 videos in the series you can check out there. You wrote yourself. That's cool, Lucy. You wrote your self-test frameworks, and it's strange to ask me to write unit tests. Yeah. Land of the Elite wants to start streaming, but I also want to add more merit to my name, so I considered incorporating my name in another account. Okay. Nothing wrong with having multiple Twitch accounts so that you have a viewer account that folks can recognize, and then a production account that is your channel. However, appreciate that that I know who Land of the Elite is. I don't know who Elite developer Steve is that's developing over there and writing code. And I'm not going to make that connection between the two accounts immediately. That's a trade-off that you're going to make, and that's okay if that's what you want. It is a difficult decision. No tech job interview process can be worse than the one for Canonical. Yeah, I don't drop the "don't you know who I am" question on folks, but I do basically say, before we go any further, can you please read my profile on LinkedIn? And then let's talk further. This is like a recruiter that would hire you, that would invite you for a job without reading, like they saw your name somewhere and they just said, oh, invite them to apply for a job. Like, you didn't at least look to make sure that they are a software developer. So, to that end, folks that invite me to apply for a job, and invited some of the other folks from the Live Coder stream team to apply for jobs, they did because they saw that they were live coders. They saw that they were writing code live on Twitch and YouTube and whatnot, and found their content and got followed through their content enough that they found the links to their email and whatnot. So there's a level of acknowledgement and respect that they have at that point to go and invite someone. But when the recruiter comes back after going through that process and says, okay, I need you to take in a software development test. Really? You went through all this research to find my contact information, and you don't think I know what I'm doing? I don't think you know what you're doing. Yeah, the tests that folks get, they're kind of crazy. Know your worth, never work for free. Totally. You thought everyone in C# knew who I was? No, they don't. And I mean, there are folks who do know who I am, and hate is not a strong enough word for how they feel about me. Whatever. That's fine. I live with that. It's been a few years since some of those folks have expressed their hate towards me, and I'm thankful for that, because it is not pleasant when you have those interactions with folks. But that's what happens when you get to this kind of space, and you learn to deal with that. For the most part, folks who issue threats, they're hollow threats, and you can ignore them. But sometimes you got to keep your wits about you. So please read my profile. To a headhunter who recruits you, in my mind, is a valid initial response before I engage you further. I think that's quite valid. You learned about me just 2 days ago while being on Twitch for a decade. Thank you, Funsalot. And, right, that type of discovery, finding things outside of your space, that's what I need to work on a little bit more. I need to work on that a little bit more. Like, I should record a video introducing Sharpsight. Hey, here's what we're trying to build. Record a second video showing here's the initial pieces that we built. And a third video summarizing how we're building the plugin manager. Publish those and continue with a every other week update of here's the things that we built, so folks can follow and see how it grows with links out to the source code. So we have multiple ways to reach folks about what we're building here. I need to do that. We'll get there. I forgot if I heard it here or not, but recently Scouts bots will use GitHub profiles as a way to find new talent. I wouldn't be surprised. Spend a lot more time into planning more projects there, making it look nicer. Yeah, LinkedIn's a very good resource for it. So I absolutely hear that, Land of the Elite, and would believe it. 6-month application process is not unusual. My application process to join Microsoft back in 2014 took the better part of 3 months. Anna's Dev. Hello. Anna Sasdev. Oh my gosh. My bad. Hello, Anna. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, kind of organic discovery. Hello. I do publish my programming language here. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing there, folks? My name is Jeff Fritz. We're programming with some C# code today to build a plugin system for a website that we've been building, website framework that we've been building on stream. We're getting into some pretty complex code at this point where we're doing a little bit of late binding and reloading of content in our website. It's getting kind of interesting here. Anna, what were you doing over there on your stream? You learned a lot of my stuff. Thank you. Can we drop a shout out for Anna? Thank you so much for the raid. How's the plugin system going? Caveman Crafting. I'll show you in a second. There is a link to a draft pull request in chat. If you look at the message pinned to the top of chat on Twitch, you can follow through the draft pull request there. We have it uploading and listing the plugin as installed, but we actually have to load the plugin now and make it available so that it works on the site. Coming up, we're about to get into that. Let me drop that shout out for Anna. All right, there we go. Never mind the haters. Thanks for all. Well, that's very kind. Is it Bree or Bry 219? I'm going to make sure I pronounce your screen name properly there. Today you were working on refactoring some old library that you made to create an easy-to-use CLI, a command line interface, and program argument commands to now work with Roslyn generators instead of reflection. Nice. Okay, that should make it run a little bit faster, right? So that reflection... Oh, folks say reflection runs a little bit slow. Slow, it means 10 milliseconds. Versus calling something that's been generated and is early bound, right? The code is actually embedded. It takes less than a millisecond to execute. So 10 milliseconds is slow. Might not be... It might be fast enough at 10 milliseconds, you know what I mean? So that'll definitely help when you're building a command line interface. I understand where you're going with that, Anna. Yeah. Bry shirt for Brian. I got you. Normally you do a lot of other C# development. Nice. Where you try to make your own game engine in C#. Okay. Work on a Blazor website to manage and write lore. Very cool. What's the tool, Junie? Foundry? Foundry's out there that does a lot of that stuff. So, there you go. You don't see reflection as slow. Yep, just got into the addiction of writing generators. Okay. So, yeah, Foundry is a tool that will help with that, but Foundry's written in some other language. I forget. World Anvil. There you go. Yep. Let me show you where we are with there was a question about where we are with the plugin system, and we'll take our steps with the next pieces here. Here we are. So I still have code embedded in here that will... let's just restart the website. Can we just do that? Let's just stop and restart the website. I have the .NET Aspire dashboard here. We can just stop it and restart it. There it goes. And I'll go into the admin page. There we are. So I don't have any plugins installed. It is already installed and running. My dummy first plugin that we're creating, but the very simple first one makes H1s italic and blue. So it's already kind of coded in there, but the upload process, we have the ability to add a plugin. So I'll browse, there's the plugin, and it opens up the manifest and shows me the information that we coded in there. I'll accept that, and now it's reporting Here's the plugin installed. So thanks so much, Anna. Hey, good luck to you. Really appreciate you sharing that raid over to us. Let's join me in dropping a follow there to our friend Anna Sasdev. Much appreciate. Thank you so much. Drupal's module page, very similar idea at Caveman Crafting. Yes. Been working on a web interface for an AI agent you're going to have in Totally AI software agency. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So it's loaded my theme by writing it to disk here in the plugins uploaded folder. The next steps in the design that we were talking through. So it's saved in an uploaded folder. So let's update my documentation, right? So I'll call this uploaded, right? Extract the manifest from the package and display the content on screen. Already do that. Move the lib files to the plugins child folder named after the plugin. So let's do that now, right? Where was I? Plugin manager here. Okay. So at this point, we're just copying it out to some location, the file. Let's write a method here. Extract lib. I'm running. Let's create a folder named after the plugin name under plugins. Go ahead, do that. There you go. Now, that's the file name. I probably want this to be... No, do the file name. And let's split it on that. And take the... Wait. There's the display name. Yeah, I guess that's all right. For now. Nope. Probably going to need to do something about that. We still using the glorious DuckDuckGo button? Absolutely. Quack, quack, quack. Ta-da! There it is. There's the duck button. Okay. So... let's call this plugin lib folder. Hey there, Jean Valjean with the resub.
Just resubscribed for 61 months.
61 months. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that support. JD the Dude has a question here. Any opinion about AI, and do I think most of them will die? Most of the little AI companies that are trying to capitalize and build a little tool that does an AI thing, yeah, most of those are going to die because those types of capabilities are going to be folded in and made complementary to one of the AI tools that the big companies are building. The AI company is either going to be built up for whatever that thing is that they built, or that feature is just going to be folded into some application or thing that the larger companies are building. I don't find AI to be the soul crushing developer losing their job tool set that folks think they are. Because here, let's do this. So I created a folder. Let's use Copilot here. And, well, let's... Ooh. We could use a little bit of open telemetry here for these logging bits. Don't you think? Let's do this first. And I'm going to tell GitHub Copilot, extract the contents of the uploaded plugins lib folder to the plugin lib folder. Yeah. That's pretty good, right? Like JD the dude, that was pretty good, and it does what I need, right? So let's run that and see if that works. You were thrilled when I did that little side quest to make the functional duck up there. Oh, what did I do? I'm missing a paren. Okay, sure. Right, so directory, create directory. Yeah, there we go. Right, so what Hef is talking about there, see my keyboard here? This is the Digma Defy keyboard. It's very programmable. And our friend Ellyface gave me this little duck key that you see here, right? You see the duck? So there's we can jump right to DuckDuckGo. See, it turns red. It's the color of DuckDuckGo. I can hit the duck key, and it goes right to DuckDuckGo. Let me bring the browser over so you can see it. And now I can search DuckDuckGo because I hit my duck key. Duck keys keycaps. There you go. Duck keys keycaps. Right. And there you go. The one that Ellie sent me though is clear, so the RGB shines through. So is that white and then is that clear? There you go. I have the she generously sent me the clear one there. So we have the duck up there in the corner. Amazon said they believed in specialized tool rather than a single AI. Yeah, totally believe that because you're going to want to tweak and tune that AI, and those tools will get folded in. You're welcome, JD, and always happy to answer questions like that on the channel. Believe that we could potentially slow down things if we're using too much plugins. Yes, I can. Well, right, you see that with Visual Studio, right? You add in many extensions and it slows it down. Same thing with Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code with no plugins is significantly faster. So, we need a special duck for that? No. All right. So, where was I? This should extract. Let's see if this works. Specialized test focused AI is just the first step. Yep. What? No matter. I choose you, Pikachu. Here we go. Now, right, here's my plugins uploaded folder. Let's delete that. Delete that key. Thank you. And we'll go and test our upload again. right? Software development is nothing if not lots and lots of trial and error. We need to wire up the reject button. So there it is. And it should have written, there it is, sample first theme plugin. And there's the DLL. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Chuck!
Chuck Beasley just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much, Chuck. 5 gift subs into the channel. Congratulations, Killian DE, BHiz61, Venom MTG76, RHT341. Congratulations. You got gift subscriptions from our friend Chuck Beasley. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Yeah, so now we've got a deal. Really, that is amazing. Thank you for that support. And I'll make donations like I do with all of our cheers and our subscriptions. I'll make donations over to the Raspberry Pi Foundation. We've done some great work with them in the past, helping kids everywhere learn about computing. And we even donated a computer lab of Raspberry Pi devices to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much for that support. Exactly half, except we call it SharpSight. Yeah, all right, so now I have a plugin written to disk. Right, I've got a DLL that I can load. The other piece of this is I need to write the web content into a plugins web folder so that you can find that content. Yeah, don't want to get sued. Totally. So let's add that piece, and I'm going to remove some of the loaded capabilities here that I've kind of pushed on this, like right here, to load that plugin. So let's get rid of that. Right. I'm going to go into application state, and I'm going to get rid of that. Let's see what else. There was somewhere else that's defined. Oh, it's written to disk. Right there. We're going to delete this also. I can't delete while it's running. All right. We will know this is running, that this works when it deploys and we get the blue italic H1s in the application. Right? So if I restart this, I shouldn't have any errors to start with. What? No matter. And, right, just to kind of prove that this isn't connected, when I look at the source over here, I think we need to clean a little bit of this up. But that shouldn't be there. All right. So we'll click in. If I go here, so the H1 is unthemed, right? Manage the site is not themed. So next steps. Oh, thank you, Hef. That's very kind. Klingon mind meld. Klingon mind meld with me. Mrs. C Sharp Fritz might not take too kindly to that. All right. Moving on here. Where are we going? Let me go back to the add plugin page, and if reject happens, on click, no, reject plugin, right? You gonna help does it F12 go there? Yes. Navigate back to the list of plugins. No, not navigation context. Thank you. All right, so now reject works. And I think we've got that pretty well done. But now I've got everything for how to save a plugin managed over here. That's right, Vulkan Mind Meld. Do I have any plans to implement Fluent UI? Asks Bruno. That's a plugin. See what I did there, Bruno? That's a plugin. So, do I have plans to implement it? Not yet. But when the plugin manager is finished, you can implement it. and that's the type of collaboration, because Bruno, I think that's a fantastic idea to implement. But if I don't implement it, if I've got a long queue of things to work through, other folks like yourself who might be interested can start implementing that and share it out. That's the benefit of having a plugin manager. I want to add telemetry and tracing to this. Let's see if Copilot can help us with that. Add open telemetry logging to the plugin manager to replace the console write line statements and enhance the exceptions that are thrown so that we get them reported with our logs. Let's see what we let's see how Copilot helps here. Inject iLogger plugin manager. Replace console write line with logger log information. Log exceptions. Go ahead, do it. The code now uses OpenTelemetry logging. No, I don't want to insert others. Go ahead, preview that. So here it is. var exception, new exception. Logger, log error. Okay. That's cool. There's the iLogger. Logger log information. There we go. Save plugin is getting a little bit unwieldy here. And let's take this. Clean up current uploaded plugin. Now, why don't you like that? That's fine. And we should do the same thing there, just to centralize a little bit of this. Okay. This is saving. This is creating the lib folder. Extract the create the plugins dub root folder if it doesn't exist. Yes. Almost. Okay. I'm also going to need a way to uninstall plugins as well and remove these. Have a good one, Lucy. Thanks so much. David Akay, thank you so much for joining us. Hello. What will I do about SEO? I guess it's one of the most important topics. That's a little bit down the line. We'll get there. We're still building some features here. We're getting there. So, short URLs via slugs. Rendering engine looks at database table for mapping. Yeah, so I've already got a little bit of that built. But I think some of the other things, Hef, that we do need to do that are on the agenda of issues here, creating those meta tags that go in the header to help with discovery on social media, and generate some of those cards that we like to see that make it easier for folks on X and Blue Sky and Mastodon and Discord and Slack to get a snapshot of what a URL is that's linked. But we'll get those built, and then there'll be different things that we can tune and add on, and certainly folks will be able to add SEO optimization plugins to do some of those things. Okay, so we have the plugin dub root folder. Here we go. Let's do another one of these. Copy the contents of the plugins dub root folder. Here we go. So, right, we're going to reach into the zip archive for each one of the entries. If it starts with dub root, right, that's what we called it. No, we called it web. Fine. Then we're going to copy that out and write it down in that folder. Let's make sure that works. So here's my plugins folder. I'm going to wipe this clean. Lots of UI magic and backend magic, and then meta tags. Yep. In your plugin systems, you usually use XML config files to store whole information about all plugins, authors, and interfaces without the need to reflect or unzip. Well, I've got a manifest JSON file that I'm... Oh, I didn't write that file to disk yet either. Hang on, we got to do that too. And I'm just reading those files. So if I reject this, it just goes back here. If I add, browse, there it is. If I accept it, there it is. And if we look on disk, there's dub root. We should probably call it _ dub root. And then there's that plugin. Oh, I'm going to need that folder again. All right. To make it right a protected folder, let's call it _dub_root. What's that interface with the containers? What do you mean, Hef? Yeah, I've got my manifest JSON fonts a lot. So, yeah, this should be create the plugins. So this is the folder on disk that I'm copying into. I'm reading out from the web folder that's inside the thing. Line 93. Yeah. So the contents of the plugin, it uses a web folder inside the plugin. Let me come back to your question there, Christian. Hang on. I need to write the manifest into that lib folder. Copy the manifest JSON from the root of the plugin. Yeah, do that. Yeah. If we've gotten to this point, it's already there. Go ahead. What's the next step? Go ahead. Really? Copy it. Fine, I'm deleting this. I'm going to make you do it again. Yeah. You're not going to show me the copy statement. The manifest entry exists. Right? So if I have the entry let's call this manifest entry path. Okay. Good. It's not null. And I'm just to make sure these are unique. I could put them in an if. I could. If manifest entry is not null. Duh! That's the thing. Now to your point, now I've got it written, I've got them copied down. Would I not do that in the for each on 76? Well, this is looking for the lib folders. Like I could I'm already going through that loop. Right. Hey, I got that one right. Or entry full name equals manifest JSON. Should probably... Then we're going to combine and write it out. Then I don't need this. Right? I could do the copying of the web stuff. I could probably do that in the same loop. That's a good optimization. So for each, if it starts with a lib or it's manifest JSON, we could take this and go up here, right? No, I did that backwards. This we can pull down. Else if... Yeah. Yep, that's right. Open it, write it, and copy it in. Then I don't need this loop. Yeah. I could probably do this a little bit more functional. Yeah. Yeah, fun's a lot. There you go. Right? Right. Switch, entry, full name. No. Hang on, I got that backwards. You come over here. How do I do the starts with? No. How do I do the starts with on that? Hi. Why not? Oh, you can't see what I just typed.
As a companion,
I can get philosophical.
Let's explore the world together.
I can write stories,
Sure,
brainstorm.
that's fine. In C Sharp, how do I write a functional switch statement with pattern matching against a string that matches the beginning of the string? Var S when S starts with. Okay. Var S when S starts with. No. No. This should go to plugin lib folder. And we want that same entry. Yeah! And we can join this up. There we go. That's a lot more concise. That's a little more concise. What about Defense Gov? What's this about Defense Gov? Oh no. Where'd that come from? Yep, that's ASP.NET Web Forms right there. That's ASP.NET Web Forms right there. Yep. So Christian asks, is Aspire a good choice to simulate a production environment? Yes. Yes. Very much so. Should I upgrade my computing device to Windows 10? Windows 11, yes. Windows 10 is going out of either going out of support or sexy even. I think so. I think it is. That's much clearer as to what it's doing here, and easy to work with. So if I go back and let's clear out this content of the plugins folder. So like was it Christian? Yeah, Christian with the question back there. Christian R285. As .NET Aspire matures, my belief is every developer who's building a web application, even console applications to a certain point, or a service, right? A background service, should be using .NET Aspire because it's going to give you those tools and things that you want inside your application and make it easier to orchestrate and pull together those various components that you would be using in your application system. For example, we added a little bit of logging around this, and I'm just going to drop that in. If we look over here at our distributed trace, in add plugin, why did it go to the database? Why did you go to the database? I don't understand why you went. Why did you go to the database? To get me as a user. don't like that. Continuing. No matter. If I accept that, uh-oh. I didn't create that folder, did I? Plugins, dub-dub-root. Should have created that. Didn't I create that? Isn't that a thing? Dub-dub-root. Why are you telling me that that's denied? Do that again. You. Let's upload this again. Here. There's the package. Accept. Plug in dub-dub-root folder. There it is. We created it. Right? And original path. Parent. Where's full name? There it is. Dub-dub-root sample first theme plugin. Okay, so it's there. Let it run. Sharpsite, SharpSite Web, plugins, dub-dub-root, sample first theme plugin. Why is that denied? Why is it denied? It's trying to create the file. Oh, entry path is the folder name. What? How did I get... What? Oh. So I've got the folder is what it's looking at. Entry.name is nothing. Do I have to add string is null or empty to these? I'd really... Developers. Hey there. Developers. No, it's not. It's what I think I can do is if I go in here and I say if entry dot name if string is null or empty, right? Because that's basically the directory entry. Skip directory entries in the archive. And here's the thing, hot reload just kicked in and we can try that again. Back over here. Yeah, you're rejoining the server, man. Well, it's still here. So let's try this again. Browse one of these. There it is. Accept. And sample first theme plugin. There's the manifest. There's the DLL. Dub root. Sample first theme plugin. There's the theme. Next steps. Also, it has it added into application state. Okay. Next steps. We need to reflection load that base DLL. Okay, so reflection load. If there is a DLL in the lib folder, in the plugin lib folder, get that right, with the same name, same base name, what? As the plugin file. Reflection load that DLL. Ah, shoot. Copilot doesn't like to run when it's in. Okay, let's see what we get here. So if it found it, assembly load from that file. I need a using statement. Component registered. No. I don't think I need this. But in program... darn it. Right, we had assembly load from and that was it. We're going to need this. Oh, darn. There it goes. I don't need to inspect this. I just need to call assembly load from. Log that the assembly is loaded. Thank you. And I'll get rid of that. Okay, so that loaded the assembly. Almost there. I need to... make sure the static files are visible. Right, we've copied the static files down into an appropriate location, but use static files here. We need to open this up so that it also includes plugins, dub root as part of that composite file location that it's going to. Not there. Here. Right? Wait a sec. Right? Options. No. Hang on. Yeah, what is options? What is options? Static file options, request path. Oh, here we go. Okay. We're not going to go there yet. But what do we have? There it is. That's the one I want. File provider. Convert this to... Let's not do that here. And let's go to Copilot. Convert the static files to include both the standard dub root folder and also the plugins _dub root folder. See what Copilot does for us. It wants us to put 2 use static files. Interesting. Show me that. And I've got an extra thing here. Let's see what happens. Hey, Turbo Nautilus. Why didn't the hat command pick up? Oh! It stopped running. Give me a second here. Where is it? There. All right. This over here. There's that. Plugin management. Add the plugin. Browse for it. There it is. Accepted. Did not oh, I didn't set the theme type yet. Okay. What happens if I go to... Is it going to find plugins / theme CSS? Yes. Okay, I need to set the theme because the theme was specified. So that's going to be in Plugin Manager. So when I save it, this is going to be something that we're going to need to figure out here. Right, this doesn't, not tags. Features contains, no. Theme. String comparer, Invariant culture, ignore case. Yes. So if it is a theme, right? App state. Current theme type. So now I need to reach in and find something that implements iHas style sheets. Identify a type in the... Yes! No. Assembly, plugin assembly equals null. Yeah, I know. Okay. Right in the plugin assembly that has that. Yes. And we're going to do a bunch of refactoring on here. We're just getting this working. Theme type dot full name. It's read only. Not anymore. No. And this cannot be null. It feels weird that it's allowed to be string empty. What if this was actually a type? Right? Like, what if I just made that a type? Where'd it go? Here. Then, once again, it could be null. Then I could do that. And if it finds null, then that's okay too. It just assigns it. But on the theme over here, if is not null, create instance. Ta-da! And actually, do I even... No, I do, because I go through and say, go get all the style sheets. I think we got something. I think we got something. Daywalker! Dayman! Ah. Defender of... I forget. Starting into your Christmas holiday, and I'm streaming. Need a warm blanket and a cup of warm tea. There you go. Yeah, this is the .NET Aspire dashboard, right? So it lets me see all the things that are going on. So I'll go Site Admin, Plugin Management. This should load and identify the plugins that are already installed. That'll be one of the next pieces we build here. Except, there it is. And it applied the theme! Woo! Woo! Nice. So if the plugin has a directory structure, will it preserve it or not with this code? If it has a directory structure under web, yes. If it has a directory structure under lib, yes. Do I want it to assign the theme if it's null? Do you want it to override? If I were in chess.com, I would get a 10 out of 10 for predictions. Nice. All right. We got it working. Next problem. When this restarts, it needs to load the plugins that are installed and sitting on disk. So now we're going to go back into, where are we going to go? Start with Plugin Manager here. I forget how to compress everything. What's the thing to toggle all outlining control ML? No, that didn't. Oh, maybe it did. That's better. So when we saved, so we need to do this. And we want to do that statically. Load plugins on disk. Load plugins at startup. Okay. Yeah. Plugin name, manifest. If the file doesn't exist. Cool. So I've got the manifest. I don't have app state here. So if I'm... Application state has... I could define application state. Right? I could take in application state and return it. Developers. Hey there. Developers. How's it going? Thank you for joining us. Just call Plugin Manager, install the plugins if it's not yet installed. For now, I recognize that there's going to be some plugins that are disabled. There's going to be some multiple themes that are installed and laying around that we're going to want to choose. But for now, just go load everything. Yeah. So now down here, let's make this async. Okay. We also don't have logger at this point. Do we have logger? Do I have logger here? I can't get a logger here yet. No. That's okay, I guess. Yeah, we're getting there. All right. Get the plugins directory. If it doesn't have a manifest, continue. There's the manifest. And I have the plugin name, so I can add that. This is a mess, I know. And this is, in this case, plugin name. What the heck is that? Right? Plugin name goes here. Why did you copy all of that? Just that. Yeah. Now, why doesn't it like that? No, it is one because we copied it in. Okay, so now I've got the plugin. That's the folder. Right, that is a, so I should be able to do this. And actually, that's going to include oh, no. Hang on. Shoot. Pardon me for a second. So I'd like to talk to you about blah blah. Pass app state as DI, app state as we're before app state. We're before DI. So can't exactly do that. Hang on. Get files and then the search pattern. Well, the search pattern is the plugin name. Is that. Yeah, there we go. So if we do have one, load the assembly. I don't have logger here. Already did that up above. But let's just copy that. Oh. I'm still getting used to some of those things in keystrokes with the keyboard. Okay. So if manifest contains a theme feature, this is state current theme. Now, return that state, and why doesn't, what's, Oh, there's a for loop there. Okay. Now, I don't have any awaits in there. Fine. Wait task from results. Really? So now I can go back over here. No. Load plugins. Don't need that. That's not a thing yet, but what I can do is say var app state. No, that was right. No. Equals new application state. And I can yoink that and just say add app state. So now it creates this. Even though it's not async, I can await it. And that should work. With line 149, hang on, let me give it back. Yes. What happens if there are multiple themes? Exactly, Abby. That's a very good point and something that we'll need to figure out. Let's get there in a little bit, right? Make it work. Make it pretty. Make it fast. Make it work. So let's make sure that this loads bootstraps, and then we'll get some of this. Yeah. Okay. Here comes the dashboard. And when we go to the website, it should have the theme loaded because it's installed and sitting there on disk. Yes! It's loading and using the theme from over here. There's nothing in the base website, but the plugin is there. We totally have to build. Yeah, it's the DLL is open and running out there. So if I stop this, delete that plugin, restart it. Ooh. Okay, let's create that if it doesn't exist. Create the... No. Create the plugins if it doesn't exist. We can... All right. There's the dub root folder that it's going to map and start to use. Doesn't have the theme installed. Let's go add the theme to get this full cycle. There it is. There's the theme, and it's going to identify This is the first theme. It makes H1 tags blue and italic. Accept it, and now it is. All right. Right? And there it is. All right. That's really cool. Let's park what we've got. We've made a ton of changes. Let's park what we've got. Completed first cycle through adding, saving, bootstrapping, plugins. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And right, just to show that we're completely there, bootstrap, so I'll stop the website, right? So it doesn't have the things that we loaded when it first started up. I'll refresh to visit the site for the first time, click through, and it does have the theme loaded that was in there. I see a bunch of questions in chat. Let's talk through it because we've done a lot here. Let's see here. Not to derail me, and Abby Knight says, but one of the features is multi-tenancy. Yes. Haven't done that yet, but without keeping that in mind when developing these features out, like plugins, am I creating more rework down the line, or think it will be easy to add tenancy in place afterwards? Multi-tenancy is never easy. I think an easy way to add multi-tenancy to this type of application will be just spin up another container. Just add another container. In the short term, I think that's a good answer. I think there are multi-tenant capabilities that we may want to figure out later, but for now, I'm going to punt on multi-tenancy, and the answer is just start another container and put a reverse proxy in it, in front of it. We need to replace file system with a mapper to a user tenant folder. That will be that, and that's one of the options as well. If we need to host multi-tenancy inside of a single instance, we can extend the file system appropriately. What happens if there are multiple theme plugins? That's a good issue. Abby, can you create that issue for me in the repository? Handle multiple themes. Handle theme selection. We need a theme selection. You're right. We need a theme selection feature so that even though there's multiple themes installed, you can choose one to activate. That's a good point, Abby. And I hope I'm pronouncing your screen name the way you want it pronounced. Trash1337. What is application state? Application state is an in-memory repository of the current way that the application is configured. Let me show you that on screen here real quick. So this is a singleton that sits in memory that maintains the current state of the application. So going back to what Abby is discussing and suggesting there around multi-tenancy, and what Funsalot is also suggesting, we may need child tenants that live inside of application state for different features. For now, I'm going to once again punt on that. Right, I'm going to say we don't need to do that just yet, because a solution for that is just start another container running SharpSite, and you'll get a new application state, and so on and so forth. That may be a key feature we need in the future. I don't want to get lost in that type of architecture yet. It's a key feature, to be sure. Let's get it work. Let's get some of these foundational things working first, and then we can do more of that. I believe we'll replace the file system with memory cache and Redis cache and database backend EF with migrations as well. Maybe. Big progress. I agree, Digital Dummy. Thank you, Funsalot, for saying that's a good session. Can we stop it and Reverend? What's Reverend? Reverend? Yeah, looks good. Yep. Thank you, Abby. Awesome. I really appreciate, and I'll go back and I'll repeat this. I said this at the beginning of stream, said it at the end of the stream yesterday. You are part of the development of this. You're not just sitting back watching this. If you see something like Abby Knight just picked out there and said, hey, this is something important here, you can create an issue to suggest and get it on the backlog and discuss and help prioritize things as we move forward with this, okay? This isn't just Jeff is planning and building this stuff. You are welcome and encouraged to participate in the GitHub repository. It's linked in Twitch. If you're watching the recording, it's in the description just below. Click through. Let us know, okay? Why would you support multi-tenancy in one instance? Asks Lucky Luke. That's a feature that WordPress has that folks may want to be able to do. For now, for how early, we're working on version 0.4 of this framework. We don't need it just yet. We don't. You're right. But it may be something folks may want in the future. So that's, Luke, that's the kind of Yagni mentality that I want to have so that we get through adding features quickly and make something that folks can start to add on to and contribute to. So I absolutely appreciate that mindset. Yagni, Y-A-G-N-I. You aren't gonna need it. We don't need it yet. Let's hold off. So not something that we don't need. Something that is in the future in the development process. For a single user, you can have two themes. I think Funsalot, I think that's absolutely what we want here, yes. To be able to have two themes installed and switch between them. But there's clearly things that we want to do to improve the appearance of the plugin manager page. Other things like that. But we're getting there. A plugin repository pattern, Ionescu, you're right. DGen1 says, unrelated, but could you dynamically start a container in Aspire? Say you'd have an input somewhere for a name and it would make a Postgres database with that name. Ooh. Maybe. You're onto something, DGen1. You're on to the startup. You're thinking DGen1, you're like 3 steps ahead of us here. I like where you're going. You're thinking about what happens when I take SharpSight off the shelf. I'm a new user. I'm going to start up a container. I don't have any plugins installed. What does that look like? Right? Am I right there, DGen1, that you're starting down the I've got a new application that I'm starting. What does my onboarding experience look like? Right? Am I right there? Because that interaction you're describing there is important. Because let's talk this through, right? See, something like that, right? When you start the container, right? You've just installed the application and you start the container. What does it do? There's no users yet. There's no content yet. You're going to want to say, here's my admin user. Here's the database that I want to use. We could suggest, hey, here's a default theme for you to use. And once that's done, right, maybe it requests and puts those other containers somewhere. There's something to that to be discussed. Can DGen1, if you'd like to, could you open an issue for the startup process? And I feel like that's going to be a little bit of an epic with a couple things in there that we're going to want to build. Right, the onboarding startup process. And we did a little bit of this with TagZap. And that's probably a milestone itself, is defining the startup process. There's absolutely features there that we need to define and build. I don't want to lose that momentum and that concept. So if you have time to open it, that's great. If not, that's fine. We can have somebody else open it for us. Have to build a solid foundation. Agreed. Caveman crafting. I think there needs to be a method for an active theme check. Should be something you can plug into. Provide true-false conditions. This would allow folks then to say, I want the active theme for page to be this. For one page versus another. Do we need per page theming? I don't think we need per page theming. That might be over analyzing the feature, over engineering. Stay warm today. It's really cold outside. Oh, Pusto. Come on now. An installer script. Drupal uses something like an install profile. It has forms that walk you through initialization. I like where we're going with that. Could be a config file with plugins to install on first startup. Lord of Unicorn, that's a cool idea too. Is SharpSite going to be locked to needing to run in containers? No. For an initial installation process, to give us something to get started, to build on top of, I think containers is a good place to start. But Steve, you're right. There may be a place where we'll say, you know what, just decompress this, have the .NET the .NET runtime installed, and copy it to whatever folder. Yeah, there's probably an install script there to be built, right? Let's do a global theme for now. For simplicity, Funsalot, I think you're right. Yeah. Okay, so we're at about 2 o'clock here, so I'm at about the end of my time that I would stream here today. Because we've done a lot. Let's take a look at our issues. I'd like to create a couple of issues that you can contribute to. I want to open up a couple things here, create a couple of issues, put them in the 0.4 milestone that we're currently working on, so that you can contribute to them. So I have a pull request here called the 04 release train. And this is in the 0.4 branch. Yeah. Right? How did I do this? Yeah. So let me put in a pull request. No, wait. Initial thoughts on plugin requirements. Here we go. Initial construction of it. There we go. It did compile, so I'm going to squash and merge this into 04. Let's call this initial plugin system. Okay. Now, I'm going to delete my plugin arch branch that I was working on. So here's what this means for you. The bugs tab is... I have a plugin installed here in Firefox. Refined GitHub. That adds features like it takes anything that's tagged as a bug and puts it into its own tab to make sure that this is easier to go through and just jump right into bugs. So that's called Refined GitHub. Okay. There's a couple other things that it does for me as well. I like this handle theme selection. We need a way to select a theme we want to use. I'm going to add this to the milestone for 04. So if somebody would like to do this, let's add this as an option to the main site admin page, which is, let's give that page here. I don't know which one it is. Is it admin index razor? Yeah. Admin index razor. This should be a drop down with the list of plugins installed with the feature of theme. We should save the selected theme into a let's call it into a file called application state JSON. We should put right like this, that resides at the top of the plugins folder. This means we will also want to include a read and a read of that JSON file, and at startup to configure the correct theme to get this site running. So I like that. Let's see if we can get this done sooner than later. Let's create another issue here. Improve the look, the content of the plugin list page. It would be nice to see more information about each plugin, including a description, and a fixed size image. Can we show the list of plugins as a set of cards on this page? Yeah. Let's put that in 04. And I'm also going to put on these. Let's put a label on these. I'm going to add a label here, up for grabs. I think that there's supposed to be a space in there, hyphen. Issues. The community is welcome to claim first. Give me a good color for this. I don't like red. Now, can we get a blue in there? Can I get a blue? Really? I'd like a blue. Sure. Where'd it go? I just put it in here, man. Really? There it is. Let me go back over here. Where'd the theme go? I'm going to leave this open. Where'd the theme one go? Labels. There we go. Improve the look of the add plugin page. This page could be made easier to read and yeah, let's just leave it there. And I'll put this as another one up for grabs. And I'll put it on milestone 04. So if somebody wants to take a look at, there's a couple of issues there that folks can start with. Plugin security and sandbox absolutely needs to be done. Let's go back to the 04 milestone. So now I've got more stuff in here to do. I'm going to mark this one as up for grabs also. I'm going to push this out to output cache. Support embedded images. Let's push this one out also. Yeah. Okay. Some of these are structural changes. Let's even move this one out. This I think I'm going to do after we finish this milestone. Okay. So we are currently working on 04. 3 of the 5 issues that are remaining, 3 of the 6 issues? No, 4 of the 6 issues are marked as up for grabs. I'm not going to be working on this weekend. You're welcome to take a look and grab any one of these, claim it, and work on it if you'd like. All right? So, some pretty straightforward. Hey, customize and share what you got for this types of issues there. Steve with a question, will it have a subscription model approach for plugins? I'm not sure how those plugin subscriptions licenses work. I think that's absolutely in the cards for folks to be able to build and include in this framework that we're building. We got a lot done today. Our initial plugin system works. We still got to do some things. We're looking for some UI cleanup here and a little bit of improvement in some of the processes. Being able to select a theme to apply. I think we also, at some point, need to talk about how to do an upgrade. We also need to talk about how to uninstall a plugin. And I want to move those out as future features. How do plugins work in a multi-tenant app? Yeah, there's a whole world of considerations that happen then. I'll create issues for uninstall plugins and upgrading plugins, but we'll push those out as future items to discuss. So you can do licensing systems based on a .NET one, but it is a bit tricky. That's interesting. Let me set you up for a raid to somebody else that's streaming here on Twitch. Big thanks to everybody watching on YouTube. There's more YouTube videos over here and down here. You can check those out if you'd like. But I'm going to get you raided over to somebody else who's doing something cool here. You know what? I'm going to return the favor, and we're going to raid our friend Lana Lux. She raided us yesterday. Let's set up and raid over to Lana today. All right. Why didn't the bot? I don't know why. So, you tried .NET Aspire in VS Code, create an issue. Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure building and working on this with you. I'll be back on Monday for more live coding, some more hijinks. I'll be hanging out in Discord all weekend long, right? You drop a message there, I'll get back to you. Big thanks, everybody, for chiming in, for helping out. Take a look at the repository, and I will see you on Monday. All right? Thanks so much for watching. Get ready to say hi to our friend, Lana Lux, and I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.